Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature, where we let the wildlife and the wilderness areas that they live in do the talking. We also get involved with discussions about ecological principles and whatever else we may find and come across. Now, I'm coming to you live from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And my name is Ralph Kirsten, and I'm just enjoying watching this male ostrich feed on the yellow button flowers here on the eastern side of the Kariega Reserve. And we also get to spend more time in specific sightings and watch them unfold. And that's what we do while we escape to nature. So jump on board with us on this wonderful Sunday morning going into the afternoon. It's been a rather rainy couple of days, so the ostriches were looking pretty much like drowned rats, but the sun has come out today and they're looking in tip-top condition once more, having dried out a bit, doing their feather maintenance, and now also feeding. So, and as I speak of it being lovely and sunny here in the Kariega Reserve, let's find out what all the locations can expect with the weather. So, it seems like we're going to have some lovely sunny weather, and it's a nice change. We do sit in an all-year rainfall location here in the Eastern Cape, so where we are on Kariega, very close to the coast, the Kariega River running on the eastern side, and on the western side the Bushmans River, and that Bushmans River leads all the way up to Amakhala. That's more in the catchment area. The river has been pretty dry up on that side, but with all the rain we've been getting, I'm hoping that that is going to start to flow up there as well. Where I am down here, we're more influenced by the ocean because the tides push up into the river. So it doesn't necessarily mean if we don't have rain the river won't be flowing. It will be because the ocean affects it. But up there on the Amakhala Reserve, that is all fresh water, not influenced by the ocean at all. This is the furthest sort of east, southeast, that you'll find ostriches here, and then into the Karoo and up from there. You do get them in the Lowveld as well, but they are an arid species. So it's quite unique and quite different to see them in this kind of scenery and location with all the greenery. You would normally expect to see ostriches with sand, stones, and little to no water. Very little greenery where their usual habitat is, where most of the ostriches are found. The biggest populations are probably in Namibia. Yes, unless the ostriches were from Cape Town and Green Point, having coffee by the beach, that would be very unique indeed. I've never seen that. What I have seen though is crocodiles on the beach at St. Lucia in KwaZulu-Natal, also hippos. When there's been a lot of rain and the rivers have flowed, washed them out. Very unique sightings that. Now, unique sightings that I've had with these ostriches is the amount of displaying and calling that they've been doing. If you've never heard an ostrich, they can from a distance sound like lions. They've got a very specific call that you cannot mix up with any other birds. It goes and it's with their neck expansion. Darcy Miller, thanks for jumping on board as per usual and escaping to nature with us. It's always wonderful to see ostriches, and for me very special and unique in this kind of yellow and greenery. But they are looking in smashing condition. And this one in particular. Soon there'll be lots of little chicks running around, and we're going to have a population expansion, I think, with the ostriches doing what comes naturally. Now, over their evolution, ostriches have obviously, birds when they fly, their bones are hollow. These ones aren't. Picasso, interesting question. I think because ostriches have sort of evolved for the arid conditions that they live in, they've got massive eyes, not so like their counterparts of other flying birds, and it's all about rods and cones within the eye itself. That enables you to see the kind of depth of vision that we do. But the size of the eye of ostriches in comparison to their head, I would say that are probably the largest of all the birds in the world. And I think it's because of them evolving in those specific areas that they do survive, that they need to see reasonably long distance, but they need to have clarity of field as well, because they need to pick out from the browns and the blacks where the predators would be. And mainly the predators that they have would be spotted hyenas and lions. And that's what I've found in Namibia, where there's big populations of ostrich. That is what has been feeding on them. So it's a lot of sort of anti-predator evolution from these animals themselves. But in terms of their depth of vision, I'm not exactly sure. But a very interesting question that. We'd have to look into the actual anatomy of the eye. And this one's shins are still looking particularly pink. And that is really part of their breeding plumage. The black, the white, and the pink. So that is, if you are going to be one of the best looking male ostriches, you must be blacker than black, whiter than white on the edge of your tail and your wings, and then pinker than pink on your shins and on your bill. Then you need to have an excellent display. You also need to be as big as possible, because that display then is bigger and better. You need to be fast to be able to chase the other males, and then you need to have a good dance for the females, together with the call. So there's quite a bit of intricacy involved there. Now, we always speak of intelligence or inherent ability, and with ostriches, I believe that they're not extremely intelligent animals, but there is lots to say that what they do and they potentially learn would say otherwise. But I'm still to be convinced with their brain being the size of a pea, for me it's 99% instinctive behavior and 1% learned capacity. And ostriches eat pretty much anything, whatever is in front of them when they put their head down. Yeah, Nadine says maybe they're so smart that we don't know how smart they are. That's an interesting way of looking at it. What is intelligence? We've spoken about this before, but it is a very interesting topic. How do you judge intelligence? One of the things that we always learned about intelligence was your learned capacity, how much you are able to learn. That's why if you look at animals that are able to problem solve, those are the animals that we consider the most intelligent. And the using of tools. So for instance, baboons picking a piece of grass and sticking it down a termite mound and activating all the soldiers that then bite onto the grass, and then they pull that piece of grass out and they eat them off the grass like a lolly. Now that's the using of a tool, and we then liken that with intelligence. Another one being the Cape clawless otter that is able to carry a rock and then break open different mollusks. That using of a tool is something that we would say leads us to believe that an animal is intelligent. Now, speaking of intelligent animals, let's go on over to Alex to say good morning.
Indeed, Rolf, and good morning and happy Sunday to everyone. But we are here with some very intelligent animals, elephants. And I am Alex, coming to you live from here, Mashatu, Okakuyo and Djuma. But really a fantastic start to Sunday morning. Lovely scenes with the ostrich down in Kariega, and of course with these very clever and sentient beings, the elephant. Really just enjoying some nice fresh water this morning. And it does seem that it will get rather hot throughout the day as well. So we can hopefully expect quite a bit of elephant action throughout the course of the day, and probably in all of our locations as well. So really just nice to start a Sunday with some ellie action. These guys seem to be very relaxed at the moment. So possibly taking the opportunity to rest, as well as taking some very nice fresh water just there from the borehole pump or spring. You can also just hear the Egyptian geese are around as well in the morning, but really a fantastic start to Sunday. I do think they will spend a little bit more time here on the left of us, because there is a wallow that they are using, and the wallow that was created is kind of drying up at the moment because there isn't really a supply of water into it right now. So we'll just keep tabs as to where they go, because they do get rather close to the camera. It's always fun to watch ellies wallowing. And you can see Quelea in their numbers again. We did have lots of them yesterday, and they are pretty prolific in the area as well. So throughout the day we will see here, definitely having flying through the camera as well. So just in through the screen, So when you do see lots of little birds coming through, those are the quelea. You can see lots of them here on this tree. Getting some morning sun and probably some morning water as well before they go off to feed. They are seed eaters. And as I said, they do occur here in large numbers in the Shathu too. Lovely to see and hear all those little wings pounding like that. It really is something cool to listen to. I do just want to keep tabs on where this Ellie went, because it does come closer. We'll definitely have a look, and that's also what I'm sure is making these quelea fly off like that. It seems that he has moved off, but throughout the course of the day I will obviously also keep a tab on how many mammals we have seen. There's the elephant there. We'll go back just on the different dam cams at least. The highest being 15 in a day. We generally hit around 12. So we are already on one, and there's some interesting species that are around. So we will play the patience game and see who does decide to come through for us throughout the course of the day. We do have a warthog there as well, so we're on 2 then.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
So it does seem that some of the guinea fowl are coming through as well. Morning, JP. And yes, they do, and they actually roost in them as well. So in certain areas here in Mashatu at least, they are on the dry riverbed and the banks. There's a tree here called croton, a feverberry tree, so large-leaved feverberry tree, and they roost in those trees along some of the dry river banks. And they'll also nest there as well. At least that's where I've seen them doing that. I'm sure there are other areas where they also nest and roost, but at least here in Mashatu, that's where I've seen that happening. Really cool to see warthog down here, and so many of them at once as well. Normally it's just drips and drabs. We have quite a few around at the moment. So it's been a fantastic morning start, but it is also time for us to say good morning to Lauren in Madikwe.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another fantastic start, as always, here in Madikwe Game Reserve. We are at our usual spot, Jamala Dam. Why? Well, it is not even 9 o'clock in the morning. It's really not that hot, and the action already is unbelievable. Impala, elephants, and I'm sure so much more to come. Good morning, my name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera with me as always. We're going to spend a little bit of time here, but there is something else we do want to investigate today. So we may change it up a little bit, and then we can always come back, of course. I don't think this waterhole is ever quiet. I can't get my head around it. It's just incredible. And we saw little Limpy. We saw the young elephant who has a sort of shorter leg than the other one. I think it's a male. We saw him walking past. So that just shows you that it's just the same sort of herds in this area that frequent the same waterhole. And it will get hot. I can feel it. It's going to be one of those piping, sticky hot days. But really, it's not that hot right now. It's pleasant. It's warm, but it's not hot. And yet, elephants are everywhere. Yes, you guys are everywhere. Isn't that right, beautiful mama? I love being surrounded by them. You've got to keep your eye on them, but generally we have the ability here to stay quite far away. Zoom in and just watch. Olivia, me too. Me too. It's not far away from Jackie's. And it's just, I don't know what it is about it. I think I love the fact that we can position ourselves so far away. It's so open. It's not sort of hidden behind the thicket or trees. It's just so open. And the interactions we have here are next to none. I really think if you were sort of a researcher, you would be able to mark out individuals and really glean a lot of information about the herds here. There are enough interactions, enough individuals. I think it would be really possible to start to understand a lot more about elephants. Sir 50, I completely agree. The elephant activity is unbelievable. I have thoroughly enjoyed that element of Madikwe, and I didn't think that that would be what I was drawn to. Madikwe is well known for many things, and I didn't think the elephant sightings were going to be as phenomenal as they have been. I think there are estimated around 1,600 elephants, but that's a sort of estimate because naturally there are births all the time. There's a lot of elephants. And I would say Madikwe is very well known for its waterhole action. You can just sit at a waterhole. Yeah, it may be quiet for a little while, but eventually many different species are going to arrive, and that's when you get interactions and you get all sorts of different things happening. And the elephants definitely give you what you want at a waterhole. It's their chance to socialize. Any highly social organism will have a very complex communication system in place in order to maintain that complex social dynamic. And therefore, if you are a social being, interacting like this with others is very important to your growth and you being an elephant, basically. Elephants need this interaction, I feel, out with their own herd and within their own herd. Play, tussle, smell, touch, taste. Oh, is that our little floppy one? Oh, sweetheart, I think we know you. Definitely seen the same individuals here. And naturally, it is easier to identify individuals that do have unique markings or features. It's just easier for us that way. Elephants will all be able to identify each other through scent. We can't do that. So we kind of look for things visually that we can pull out. Broken tusks, floppy ears, short legs, stumpy tail. And it really helps us identify the individuals. I feel gathering around a waterhole like this, there's definitely more than one herd here. I don't know how many because we have also just arrived, but it must be very stimulating for an elephant. All the senses will be triggered and it will be a very sort of holistic, immersive experience for them. I really feel that it must be very stimulating for them to come to a waterhole and spend time with a large number of other members of your species. Roger, you're asking would two males fight for a long duration? I'm not sure I can answer that, Roger. I mean, what you're seeing right now, or what Davi was showing you earlier, was just two bulls tussling. I wouldn't personally call that fighting. That sort of more fits into the realm of play. Play is an interesting concept in the animal kingdom. It's definitely there, and there are different factors and ways to identify play, but that wasn't fighting. Bulls can fight, and I guess it takes as long as it takes. Sometimes maybe the weaker one will back down. Sometimes the more sensible one will realize it's not worth it. Sometimes the testosterone takes over both of them and they really will fight. As for how long a fight takes, I think it's exactly the same as humans. It could be short, it could be long. But what you are watching here is just tussling, it's just play. Just like children wrestle and just rough and tough. But play is interesting. I was reading a book once. It's called What a Fish Knows, and it's a fantastic book. It really is such a good book, and dives into the worlds of fish. And it's been proven that fish play. There are actually experiments and data that show that fish play. I think most organisms, I'm going to throw this out there, this is my own opinion, including insects and all sorts of organisms that you wouldn't think, have some form of play. Some form of doing something for no other reason than pleasure, than fun. When we talk about lion cubs, a lot of guides will say, yes, play builds the muscles and the skills and coordination and gets them strong. Yes, probably that is the case. But those will be the secondary benefits from play. Play is play. I do not think for 1 minute that humans are the only species that play. I think most animals do, even though it's not been proven. And then, yes, playing will strengthen the muscles. Playing will be stimulating. Playing will expend energy. But at the end of the day, I think the number one reason for play is literally fun. Exactly the same for humans. Oh, look who's here. As one powerful animal leaves, the other one comes in. Pauline. That's my grandmother's name. Do not know why I didn't get that. Not really. I mean, sometimes young, boisterous elephants do not like anything around the waterhole other than themselves. So they may sort of chase or give a bit of a trumpet and be an elephant. Sorry, I'm just going to keep my eye on this one. Hello, good morning. Yes. Do not worry about us. I can see your sassy behavior taking place. Sorry, I just wanted to keep my eye on that pair. Conflict in the animal kingdom really is avoided most of the time. For elephants and buffalo to clash, it wouldn't really make much sense. I think the only sort of conflict you would see is one of the young boys getting a little bit annoyed that the buffalo are at their waterhole and they may chase them away, just like you see them doing to the zebras, to the warthogs, to the impala, to the giraffe. But really, conflict, no, it's not worth it for either party. It may happen, don't get me wrong, but generally across the board, it's not really a reason for it. An angry elephant may lash out, displacement aggression. And I think the buffaloes would just run, even attack boys. You know, when you actually Google play, it's fascinating because you'll get a lot of different pieces of literature, a lot of different scientific bodies arguing. And there's an interesting article on Scientific America, and I think it's really outdated now, but it is quite funny the way it's written. And it just simply states that science cannot find evidence as to why animals play. They just can't find it in terms of scientific, robust data. It's costly though. Play is costly. Takes up energy. Tussling around like this, moving around like this, wrestling, it's costly. But yet I think it's just a highly stimulating experience for any being. It's very rare for them to actually even look at the vehicle here. That one earlier, I think, is the first elephant that's paid any attention whatsoever to our vehicle. I'm not going to believe that, but there are more elephants coming in. We'll wait till they get closer. But another huge herd is coming in. I feel like I say this every day. There are more coming, there are more coming. All that dust that they are kicking up is going to end up in Darby and I's faces. Such a joy. There's the integration of the new herd. Everyone's sussing each other out. Exactly what humans do, really. Lots of nice interactions here. If you think about it, when a human goes into a bar or any sort of social context, you spend time sussing everyone out, looking around for aesthetically pleasing people, or looking around for anyone you know, or reading people's body language. Who looks warm and open, like they'll be willing to engage in a conversation with you? Who looks cold and standoffish? It's not too unlike that when the herds meet at a waterhole. Erica, not today, but at Madikwe, yes. You used to get big herds in the Mara, but it would sort of be one herd. They wouldn't necessarily congregate around a waterhole, big massive herds like that. So at Madikwe, yes, but I think it was the other day. Actually, I'm lying. I cannot keep track of the days here. But it was at this waterhole, and there was around 150 plus elephants, 150 elephants thereabouts. And that was the best day. It was so hot. Ravi and I were dying on the vehicle, but there were so many elephants. So not today, Erica, but yes, at Madikwe, at this particular waterhole, is the most elephants I've sat and watched interact like this. In Djuma, you tend to find one elephant herd. If the dam's big enough, another one might approach, but they won't interact. This seems to be, for me, a real social point for a social being. Yes, it's all focused and centered around water, a fundamental part of life, but there seems to be another element here where it does allow different herds to socialize. What about you, Davy? Is this the most elephants you've seen?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's unbelievable. And the other day when we were not here, there was said to be over 200. That is a lot of elephants, everyone. A lot. They're not small. Even the small ones are not that small. Okay, we're going to decide whether to stay here a bit longer or head to another sighting. And as we decide, we're going to send you over to Ralph to see what's happening in the Eastern Cape.
Thanks, Lauren. Yes, well, the eland sort of slowly making the way towards me, which is nice because you always find that eland are rather nervous around people. They don't relax very easily like a lot of the other animals do. And I always find eland such special animals, and it's a lot to do with what the Khoisan people used to also hold them as their spiritual animals, mainly because they would be the ones that would know where the rain was coming from. And so that's where they do get their name, the Rainbow Chasers. And we have said before, but a lot of the depictions in the Bushman engravings was around the eland themselves. And there is a beautiful bull that I've been watching, and all of them in tip-top shape. Really looking good. I would imagine they do have a lot of ticks on them though. That's completely normal, because walking particularly on this side of the reserve, for some reason there is a lot of pepper ticks. On the western side, not many to speak of. Just taking a couple of pictures as well as we get them nicely in frame. You can see the bulls, they do get a bit of a more grey colour to them when they get older. The younger bulls have that sort of fawny colour like the females. A little bit of wind coming through now, very gusty, as you would imagine, being so close to the coast. I do want to see if I can get a nice picture here, as they're showing themselves nicely now. Being our largest antelope, reaching weights of up to about 800 kilos. I'm just going to follow him. A little bit of backwards and forwards. Rudy, you and me both. I really like the Khoisan. You know, in Namibia, which is where I cut my teeth as a guide, that's their true habitat as well. Like I speak of the ostrich, but do really have a special place for eland. I think this bull is pursuing some of the females. Lots of tail wagging as always this time of year, especially after the rains. Lots of flies. And the flies generally go for the face, the eyes, the nostril, the mouth, and of course the rear end. So an evolutionary trait to keep them away from that rear end, the swishing tails. They say that humans used to have tails, with the coccyx being the remnants. That sun glistening on them now.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
So we say the giraffe don't really have a social structure, it's loose associations. So there's just one on his own. So flutterby, yes, these are the same eland that you find in the Kalahari, in the Kruger. It's not the giant eland that we find further up north in Africa, but this is our largest of all the antelope. The tragophanes, the spiral horned antelope. So kudu is obviously extremely spiraled, but if you look closely on these horns as well, they do have the turn even on the straight looking nature of the horns themselves. So you can see the spirals if we do get close enough. I want to try and get the pick of the day from these eland, as them being one of my favorite antelope. I have to say that I think the gemsbok or the oryx, the gamsabok, is my favorite of all the antelope. But there's something special about eland. There you can see, if you look closely on those females, how those horns do spiral. And the jackal buzzard calling now. Her, her, her. You may hear it off in the distance. I think there's a little bit of a combat in the making over there. Helen, yeah, that's it. That's pretty much why the migratory birds return at a specific time, because the onset of rain, and they seem to know when the rain is going to fall, because if the rain is early, the migratory birds arrive early. If it's late, they arrive late. So there's some kind of inherent ability with birds to know when the rain will be there, that they arrive shortly after that, and they then have the food availability, as in with the swallows, lots of flies, mosquitoes, bats as well, also being migratory. A lot of them also arrive back when the mosquitoes come out. And bats are probably one of the best controllers of mosquitoes. Now those two giraffe were looking to have a bit of necking. They seem to have maybe forgotten about it. Just off on the right, there's an ostrich doing a display. We can only half see it, but he is going for it there. And don't forget, as always, that this is an interactive experience, so please jump on board with us as we escape to nature, and send us your questions and your comments, or what you would like to know, or what you'd like to chat about. There, that ostrich behind the giraffe, showing off to another male. Ostriches, eland, impala in one shot, nearly giraffe as well. I'm just following those ostriches, but everything else happening in between, I almost don't know where to look. There's a nice big herd of impala there. Looks like the ostrich, with a simple display, dispelled that other male. I say simple, but it is rather an elaborate display. It's the ostrich courting dance, not only for courting, also for chasing off other males. We often get asked, why do ostriches still have feathers if they can't fly? Well, definitely one of the biggest reasons is that display that they use it for. Another is to create shade for themselves, their legs, their bare legs, from the sun, and also for their chicks. I've seen in the hot blazing desert sun an ostrich with little chicks. They drop their wings and they shield them and give them a shady spot. So, Henry, it doesn't really affect the oil production. But what it does do is obviously assist in washing it off. So they do then do more preening and feather maintenance after it's rained. That's why you'll find a lot of birds, they go to water to, bath. But so that assists in getting rid of any of the excess oils. And they also use dust bathing, which does similar. And when they do either of those afterwards, then you'll find them preening once more. To put on a new fresh layer of oil. But you don't find that the ostriches preen like your traditional birds, because the use of their feathers is for completely different purposes. Now, the other day we did see giraffe that were performing osteophagia, or chewing of bones. But these giraffe went a bit further, and they were actually eating some of the carrion of an impala carcass, which is something that I've seen for the first time. And I was actually saying that would be quite scary if we started to have carnivorous giraffe. And something that would also be quite scary is if we had to have flying ostriches. Just imagine. I think the monkeys would have started alarm calling a lot more if ostriches could fly. Imagine if ostriches became carnivorous and they could fly. That would be terrifying. So you can see there is a lot of flies, because the amount of tail swishing and picking up of the legs and stomping them down. Somber greenbull calling. And the tinkerbirds. I almost feel like the tinkerbirds take the place of crested barbets here, just for their call. You very often hear crested barbets calling continuously, but here the continuous call of the tinkerbirds. So, watching these eland in a little bit of a unique environment, with it being so green and with them being water independent animals and traditionally more in an arid environment. Somewhere that is particularly perfect environment for eland and a super desert is in Etosha.
A super desert indeed, Rolf. We are here with some springbok and a nice little association of kudu that have come down, but they are kind of moving off. And just a point of interest that I have noticed is that the springbok and the elephant are really the only ones that have figured out where the fresh water is actually coming in and being pumped into this dam. And it's literally right here where this closest springbok is to us. So just something as a point of interest for the dam itself. And it is the elephant and the springbok that have figured that out. Eddie's obviously with a very strong sense of smell. And I think the springbok kind of doing some form of mimicry, having picked it up. So just a cool thing just to note. And we do have a number of zebra, looks like, coming down as well at some stage. So it has been very busy this morning around here. And I do think it's set to continue throughout the day. So I'm hoping that we do get that approach of the zebra. It's always fun seeing them come down, and they do occur in large numbers around here as well. So just really cool having them in the area and coming through in the numbers that they do. And our acacia pied barbet there. It's quite a cool raucous sound as well in the background too. It's amazing how the different animals blend in into the background as they walk off or come down. You can notice that those kudu are also highly camouflaged also into the background, even though they are almost a uniform grey with those white stripes. They do blend in quite well. It seems that lots of springbok action at the moment. Sort of zooming and scooting about. It does sound like we have a mechanic species coming through. More than likely a yellow JCB at some stage. So if that does happen, we will try and shoot across. You can just make out the zebra. So I think in order to preserve our nerves and eardrums and escape to nature without any machines, it is time for us to head across to Mshatu, where we don't have any yellow JCBs. So it does look like it has got a little bit overcast here in Mshatu, which isn't a bad thing because it can get really, really hot and it is rather dry. But great to see these impala and guinea fowl on the other side of the dam. We have seen quite a number of guinea fowl of late, as well as some of the jackals around too. So who knows what will happen. We obviously can't script who will be here and at what times, or the numbers that they will congregate in, but just fun to see guinea fowl and impala here too. And it does seem to be a little bit windy around as well. That's probably also with the clouds building up. Lots of quelea around still as well. So really fantastic scenes here in Mshatu, Botswana. Actually quite a cool background with those clouds starting to form and play with the light a little bit for us. So I do just want to have a pan around, make sure if the Egyptian geese are around, we can see if they still have that gosling. The impala have kind of pushed off. We do have these guinea fowl, but good just to check and see that we aren't missing anyone that might be around. Lots of quelea again. You can kind of make out that swarm that they form. All over the trees here at the moment. Obviously with them occurring in all these numbers, it is them that we're hearing because they're right next to camera mics and the rest. We'll hear obviously that little chitter chatter, and when they fly off, that flutter of wings, almost the air moving away for them. I'll try and see if we can't get a bit closer onto some of them that are right here. You can see, we can give you a decent ID on these red-billed queleas. really fascinating watching animals, or any species really, birds or anything, occur in large numbers like this. Clearly they are also a very good food source for other predatory birds that are in the area, as well as snakes. And I would also think genets and things like that that are nocturnal. So it really is quite fascinating watching the quelea come in, land, and then also depart as well. So it's quite cool just to spend some time, just watch their movements. Also just immerse ourselves with the sounds of what are going on and what is going on with all of them here. Hi Gabby, so obviously with big animals such as elephant and rhino, they do live for a very long time as well. But I mean, if you consider on a size basis, I mean, we are far smaller than those, and we do live also very long periods of time. So it can also just depend on the genetic makeup and the evolutionary traits of those animals, as well as to their time spans, because some of them can be relative to themselves. But I suppose a good rule of thumb would be that the smaller the animal, the shorter the lifespan as well. But it can also be genetic makeups. So sometimes it does depend on the species and the amount of evolution that has really happened or occurred within that species as well. And things like habitat and dietary requirements, access to resources, famine, droughts, flooding, they can also play a part in these animals' lifespans as well. And again, also human interference. So that could also be a variable within those things. So we did have to just leave our quelea, but the zebra that we did see earlier have come down. And it sounds like the yellow bomber JCB has also vacated the area. So luck all round. And we will come and get a closer look at the zebra as they do approach. I was saying earlier, they do occur in rather large numbers here, so it's always fantastic to see. Particularly, it's always fantastic to see lots of animals occurring in big numbers and healthy populations in any habitat, really. So all areas, any habitats, just good to see nice numbers. And there's always something going on here at this waterhole, even if it is sometimes devoid of animal life. There's lots of birds that are constantly coming in and out, fluttering about, drinking. So great just to see them in frame as well, but lovely numbers of zebra approaching right now. So we will just spend some time with them. It really is so confusing watching zebras like this against this background as well, because as they all move about, your eyes do get misled. It really is quite cool. It's a never-ending procession or dazzle of zebra coming in and out. Really so fun to be able to spend time with them, in particular when they're relaxed like this. They do get a bit antsy every now and then and kind of frighten each other, but just lots and drips and drabs really coming in and just adding to the number and the ambience right now.
careful, careful. Oh no.
So great to see the black-faced impala down also in numbers today. Sometimes they are in almost smaller herds, but really quite a big herd that's here right now. Does look like a lot of the ewes are also pretty heavy set, probably getting ready for the annual lambing season, which is just around the corner. And I would think that here, just being a bit drier and the rainy season starting maybe a month or so late, it will happen a bit later. Impala around Southern Africa as well as into East Africa where they occur don't necessarily all drop their lambs at the same time of the year. Can be a couple of weeks off, and that is obviously dependent on the areas. So they might drop, say, earlier in the Eastern Cape or in Zululand, and maybe 2 weeks later than in the Lowveld. So it really does depend on the amount of rain as well. We can start to see them starting to drop their lambs within the next 6 weeks, 5 weeks odd. And then it kind of almost is a domino effect there. From there, as the rains do come through, the veld does get richer. I do think our mechanic friend is back. So it seems that I have decided to come back. I'll just watch him for a second. So a couple of other wildebeest coming down, and like I said, lots of these black-faced impala too, with our zebra. But we do have some of the other impala and some other interesting antelope down and across in Djuma, and we haven't spent any time there just yet, so it's time for us to go and see what's happening there. So as always, we are here with our little goose family. Lots going on. It seems that that adult is a little irritated with some of the youngsters' antics. Maybe woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. It could be that there's a bit of pressure going on, and this might be another adult. Not too sure why it's chasing the goslings just yet, but maybe someone irritated it. Time to get in line. We do have the Inyala as well. So great to see Inyala. We're just going to follow our little goslings and that young Inyala male. You will start to see it changing its color. And that sexual dimorphism starting to occur. It's starting to get a bit of a beard. And that long crested hair ridgeline along its back and changing color. Seems like it's limping as well, so that's definitely not a good sign for the Inyala. It does seem like this goose is still a bit irritated with that gosling, so it's not that they aren't aggressive towards other geese or the rest. Egyptian geese can be rather aggressive to others. I'm not too sure what the dynamics are just yet, so we'll just have to watch and follow along to see what else might happen here. Yes, that young Inyala does definitely have a limp. And in areas such as this with high predator densities, and especially with very good leopard number, the areas that they both occur in and like to frequent along the drainage lines and the rest, it might not bode so well for this young Inyala. Again, we'll just have to keep tabs. Yes, Carol, it really is quite fascinating to watch how aggressive they can be. They really don't tolerate much. But I suppose, if your goslings or children were up to nonsense on a Sunday morning, it would be time to put them in line to some degree. Maybe just find that it wanted everyone to move off in a different direction and go and feed somewhere else. But it does look like still might have a bit of a temper. So again, we'll just keep tabs on what's going on, because if it was another adult and these weren't its goslings, then the parents, I'm sure, would also be showing their dissatisfaction. It does seem to have calmed down a little bit now, but we'll keep an eye. So it does seem that this action has calmed down a little bit, and I do think it might have something to do with older goose / parent wanting that gosling to get out of the water and kind of follow along with its siblings on the dry land, just foraging along. So it seems that it wanted everyone to kind of be in the same area, not with that other gosling doing its own thing. But again, that is purely my assumption. Could have a lot of other reasons behind that. We didn't see the whole thing unfold, so we are going to lead towards an assumption for that. But it's really cool to see. It does seem that they're all quite happy out of the water now and just going along that feeding. So while that is the case, we kind of have got tabs on where they are heading to. There's one of the blacksmith lapwings. I do just want to check up on where that limping Inyala went off to. So we'll just keep an eye on what's going on. Just note how bad maybe that limp is. It didn't seem to be overly hectic, but you never know. Animals can deteriorate quite fast sometimes too, so it's interesting to keep a tab on what is going on. You can also note how thick and bushy those tails are on Inyala as well. The limp does seem to be on the left-hand side, on the back left-hand. Back left-hand leg. At least from what I can see, it should come out from behind the guarri bush just now. And we can just make sure that we are correct with our observation. Looks like it's heading off into the undergrowth now at the moment. So have a look and see who else is around. There are some impala too. Otherwise we will just find out and see what's happening with our Egyptian goose. So while I take a look and see who else might be around here in Djuma, Lauren's got something very cool for us to go and look at. So we're going to head off to Madikwe and get an update from her.
We are here with a bit of a sighting for you all. Slightly tricky one to navigate, but right on the main road into Madikwe from the north, is a zebra carcass. Right on the main road. Still a lot of meat left on the zebra, and of course the culprits are two lionesses. Two lionesses that we have actually viewed before. We've seen them before. We've actually seen them hunt before at Clow Dam. They took down a warthog and then they took down an impala 10 minutes later. Why, I do not know. But they're obviously uncomfortable. They look really hot, and it's funny because it's not that hot a day today. They're obviously just full and uncomfortable. On my birthday, Jackie's lodge treated me to a wonderful dinner. Ate far too much. You just get so uncomfortable. Your body is uncomfortable and you get too hot and flustered because you're too full. It's exactly how these lions are feeling. They seem to be a twosome, a unit of two. And they've obviously positioned themselves quite far away from the carcass. I mean, the only other thing that would come would be jackals and hyenas at this stage, and they're obviously not worried about them. I think because it is a cool day with a nice breeze, they may actually get up at some point, and that's what I'm hoping for, so we can actually see you guys. But around carcasses comes great activity, and that's obviously what I'm hoping for a little bit later. Ricky, no, they don't know it's a main road. Same in Juma, you get a lot of activities on the cut lines, same in other reserves. The animals don't know it's a main road. It's not a main public road, we are still in the reserve. It's just the main road for accessing the different lodges. Come straight from the gate. But no, lions wouldn't have any awareness that it's a main road. And it's not busy like a highway. But it will have more traffic than the sort of other roads that take you to the more wild parts of the reserve. I wonder when this kill was made. I don't actually have the knowledge, but there's a lot of meat left. I think we may reposition in a bit too. I think if we go back out onto the main road, we'll actually get a better view of them. Lawrence, I'm sure it was a good meal. A little bit of zebra. I'm sure it was thoroughly enjoyed. But we drove right past the carcass and there's a lot of meat left. They've only sort of just started, shall we say. But these two lionesses, I'm pretty sure it's the same ones that we've seen regularly. They really are a powerhouse together. It's one of those days where the sun almost keeps threatening to burst through, but it never actually does. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So far, it's been one of those days. Really nice breeze coming through, but definitely not uncomfortable.
This is amazing, and now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants are huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion and the lioness. They're still going after them. Look at that guy charging. Hey!
It seems like everyone is joining the party. I'm speechless. This is really, really amazing. Hyenas love walking.
So sadly we did lose Lauren there quickly, but we will get her back. However, we do have some magnificent giraffe here. Lovely, nice bull. Quite a young calf there. I haven't been able to tell who it exactly is just yet, but a real nice bull giraffe here. Really exquisite pattern on his coat as well. Really, really cool to see. Third one just walking off there, but really nice to spend some time with our giraffe. I do think we hopefully get them drinking. If they don't walk off. Such a cool pattern on that older bull giraffe. Really striking. And watching him run is also quite comedic as well. Does always look quite awkward. Although they do move very fast, it does look quite awkward. There's a little Impala ram coming down. And our giraffe slinking off into the distance. It seems like another Impala ewe coming through as well, just on the right hand side there. It's been quite a hive of activity, obviously with all the birds and also just different species that have come through or come down to the waterhole here. Mishatu at least today. Very, very busy. Really nice numbers coming through right now for us. So always great to see. And anything really comes down, great to see them in nice numbers as well, and rather relaxed too. So while we do enjoy these Impala, I think it's time for me to pose a quiz to the rest of the viewers. And I would like to know, who of you know the national animals and birds of South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia? Considering that's where we are based with our dam cams. So just a cool quiz. I wonder who can tell us what the national birds and animals are of South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia. A nice herd of impala here right now, and very relaxed. Perfect croc bait if he was around. Of course, our Ellies have decided to join the fray as well. Well, I do think they'll be on the left of us. We just want to see when they do get to the water if the impala decide to push off or not. And we'll come back to the left where I think they will come down, where they will come through. It's not often we get to see the impala in numbers like this here, so nice just to spend some time with them. Can make out an ostrich just in the distance, and a wildebeest now as well coming through. So we've got two cousins here at the water right now. The wildebeest coming to join the impala. They're distant relatives, but actually the impala's closest relative. Quite a quick affair there with our wildebeest. Really cool just to have them coming through. And I do just want to scan back. And just see if those elephant have decided to come join us. But for our viewers out there, I did pose the quiz. What is the national bird and animal of South Africa, Botswana and Namibia? You can see that ostrich chasing the other around in the background there, and our elephant are here. So if you do know what the answers to those are, please do send them through and we will confirm them just now. So we do have our Ellies that are rather relaxed here, but I am told that Rolf has a very big herd joining him. So we're going to go and join him in Amakhala. Oh, Kariega, sorry.
Well, patience always pays off. And I know at this spot, if you wait long enough, you're going to get some wallowing animals. And we didn't just get a few, we got a lot. And these buffalo, as Lauren I think was saying about animals enjoying the water. Well, let's go in and have a look at some of their faces. I think they are loving this Sunday morning wallow. You can hear some of the oxpeckers as well. Red-billed oxpeckers. And there was a stage in this part of the Eastern Cape that they were pretty much extinct. And since about 2007, 2008, there's been reintroduction programs, and it seems they've been very successful as the natural populations now are expanding. And they are back here on the Kariega Game Reserve, which is wonderful. Because what would buffalo be without oxpeckers? They would be tick-ridden. Well, they still are, but they do have their trusty steeds helping to keep the numbers down a bit. And there's a number of young buffalo here as well. Tiny little new additions. That one has been rolling around there in the middle of your screen, just hidden behind some of them there. Really getting into it. Trying to get mud on the horns even. It's only when you go in this close as well, you see how hairy buffalo actually are. Constantly chewing and ruminating, even when they're having a bath. And those are one of the things that you learn when you sit out in the bush long enough. You see animals do sort of have routines and a bit of rhythm. Every day when it's been hot, particularly when it's hot, as you could imagine, around midday, the buffalo have been coming through to have a wallow. And you pick up on different game reserves. When the conditions are right, you can then sort of plan for animals doing particular things according to the rhythm of those kind of days. And you go to those places and you find them there. Like midday elephant coming down to the waterholes, particularly at Halali Waterhole in Etosha National Park. I always used to have lunch there on my way through to Namatoni from Okukuyu, and I always used to send my guests off to the waterhole and tell them that 1 o'clock is the time. With us having lunch at 1:30, they always used to return having thought that I had made an appointment with the elephants, because almost every time they were on time at 1 o'clock. Now these buffalo are a little bit early today. Maybe it's because they missed out on the last couple of days with it being windy and rainy. So maybe they thought they'd come and get an early wallow. There must be about 30 of them here. I just want to show you one of those tiny new additions that I was speaking of. There's two. One having a little snooze. The one on the left, though, a little bit older than the one on the right. The younger they are, the more rest they need. And the younger they are, the more brown, reddy brown, fawny colour they are as well. The older they get, the darker they get. And then when they get really old, they lose a lot of their hair, so then they do seemingly turn more grey, but it's just that they lose a lot of that black hair, and then you just see skin, which is grey. So Jermaine, yeah, that would be nice if they kept that sort of fawnier colour, but then we wouldn't be able to really tell the different ages so easily. I always like that they change colour from when they're very young to when they're older. But I see what you mean, it is a lovely colour. And with us also going on Pridelands, the Echo Training property, well, that is the emblem for Echo Training, is the buffalo with a little baby. I always remember that because I worked for Echo Training for many years, training guides in different locations, from level 1 for Gaza nature guide to the Trails Rangers. I have to say, one of my best South African locations, probably the wildest area in our country left, is in that top portion of the Kruger National Park in Pafuri, or the Makuleki concession, where buffalo are an almost daily occurrence when you're out on foot. And some of the scariest moments I've had with buffalo is right near to Crook's Corner, which is the convergence of Mozambique, South Africa and Zimbabwe, as well as the convergence of two rivers, the Luvuvu and the Limpopo. And right at that point, as you're making your way down to the convergence of the Luvuvu and the Limpopo, there's an area called Ambush Alley. It's a very heavily vegetated part of the reserve, as you can imagine, with it being right on the two rivers. And it's just quite scary walking down that road to the corner where we used to like to go as a stop point, maybe a drink stop or a rest. But walking down that road, every step was scary.
So unfortunately we did lose Rolf there, but he will be back with us. So great just to hear a loud sound of Quelia in the background again. Now Ellies have left us unfortunately, but I will zoom out because we always have something going on here. And those ostriches I have been watching just in the distance, they're just zooming around and chasing each other. So it is obviously that time of the year where breeding rights are decided, and the ostriches do kind of get quite competitive with each other, and we have seen them the last few weeks just chasing each other about and displaying as well. A very cool kind of choreographed feather display that they do. And we actually have had them drinking here at the waterhole quite often as well. So it was fun to see them doing things that you don't normally see them doing. You don't obviously need a drink every day either. You can go without water for around 2 weeks or so. Ostriches obviously being more arid adapted, obviously with a number of other adaptations that also make them very cool birds. It's part of that non-flying birds, so flightless birds. Their family is the ratite family. So there's actually the reao in Argentina, cassowaries, emus, and them that are still extant. And there used to be the elephant bird, which occurred in Madagascar. But sadly, that is extinct as well. But the family of flightless birds. So just going back to our quiz, just wanted to say congratulations to Katie. She did get all the animals and birds correct. And the national animals and birds of South Africa, Botswana and Namibia. And for South Africa, that is the springbok and blue crane. Botswana, it is the Kori bustard and zebra. And in Namibia, the fish eagle and the gemsbok. So unfortunately, we are yet to just show you the fish eagle or the blue crane on the dam cams, but just good to know. Just a fun little quiz for Sunday morning anyway. So I'm hoping our ostrich do come through. It does look like we will contend with our Quelea chorus. It does look like a lot of those clouds are kind of burning off as well, so a rather hot day can be expected, a very hot afternoon I'm sure, so we should have quite a lot of elephant action at some point throughout the day. And as it does kind of get hotter, you can expect some of the birds also to, or this chorus to kind of tail off a little bit and then pick up again as well towards the evening. But just as it does get hotter, the birds do kind of quieten down a bit because they do need to conserve their energy as well. And obviously making a huge racket when it is the heat of the day means that you aren't really conserving energy as efficiently as what you should be.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly editions. Find out more on our website.
just having a scan around the dam just to make sure we are on the ball and we don't miss anyone that might come through. Does look like one of our Egyptian geese on the other side, or both of them at least. Maybe just keep an eye out to see if we can't find or see the gosling. So I'm going to keep a little eye out for the gosling. And I'm going to send you guys off to Lauren in Madikwe with the lions.
We managed to get a bit of a better view of our gorgeous lioness, but I think it's safe to say she is fast asleep. I wasn't sure what sort of scenario we would come upon today, because the weather is cooler, but it seems to be that they're hot and just snoozing like the rest of us would be. Beautiful lioness though, and Davi and I have seen her a number of times now. But we're in the north of the reserve, and as I mentioned, on a main road, so I think this carcass will attract a lot of attention. She doesn't know that though. Well, that's what I feel. Scavengers, competitors. And luckily she doesn't have to worry too much about shade, because the sun's not bursting out. It's very hazy today. I would describe it as a hazy day. Oh, Flutterby. Earlier, when I was with the elephants, you mentioned that my insight into animal behavior is fascinating and I must never stop. Thank you, Flutterby. That means a lot to me. It really does. I read a lot, or I try to, when I'm not working all hours of the day. And I am a big believer that we need to dig a little bit deeper and not be so textbook. Textbooks are where you start, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with them. That really is where you start on your journey into becoming a naturalist. But I also think it's important to broaden your horizons and learn about other environments, the ocean, lakes, the sky, and it just builds your knowledge into sort of a bigger pool. I have heard naturalists say things where I think that is just categorically not true. And even myself in my journey have made mistakes. But thank you, Flutterby. There are lots of butterflies fluttering by here. We'll try and see if Davi at any point can maybe get one on camera for you. When we drove past a zebra carcass, the butterflies were on it. It really is amazing. Butterflies have this sort of aura about them where people feel they're pretty and they're delicate and they're beautiful, and they are all of those things, but they do have a dark side. Lots of dark stories about butterflies, and they will land on carcasses for the blood naturally to get lots of minerals and nutrients that it may not otherwise. I mean, butterflies can't eat. They don't have mouth parts or mandibles. They have that proboscis that they uncurl and suck liquid up like a straw. And they will land on carcasses, but it is quite a quite a sight to behold when you see that, because it kind of contradicts what people feel about butterflies. I saw a pied crow land. Darby, are you able to see the carcass from your angle? Can't see. It's behind us now. Maybe we should just reverse and show you. It won't be pleasant, but we won't stay for terribly long. But I am seeing pied crows out the corner of my eye land. But of course they may not land on the carcass while they know that these two fine lionesses are here. It's amazing. They are the only two in their little social unit, and they are just incredible. I'm sorry if I woke you, ladies. The pied crows are on the ground, but I don't know if they're actually eating the carcass. Let's see.
Is there any Bravo 9 station mobile towards the east of Craigland?
The situation still looks the same. Darby, can you get any sort of view from here? It's not very pleasant, everyone, so we won't sort of stick on it for too long, but you can see the pied crows on the background, and they can hop into the air at any point. Pied crows are light on their feet. You see all the butterflies. They're here in this region for a reason. And the pied crow's got something. Whereas vultures are heavy and they have to run. It's not so easy for a vulture to escape a predator chasing it. It's far easier for a pied crow. Oh, I would love some vulture action. But the way this carcass is open, I'm afraid, and the way it looks very fresh to me, the way where we are located, for sure is going to attract the attention of lots of scavengers in time. I say by this evening, the situation's going to have changed a little bit. We can keep checking as well. It is now almost 11 o'clock and we have one pied crow. Benji, how did you know I was thinking that? I hope so too. I really do. I really, really do. That sighting was incredible. And Darby said to me, seeing a brown hyena, your dream sighting on your birthday, that was not a coincidence, Lauren. I'm starting to believe the same. But this sighting is not too pleasant, so let's just go back to our lioness. And it's just interesting to follow the carcass. I find it fascinating. I don't smell anything, and I've got a pretty good sense of smell. There's no sort of obvious carcass smell, and that's because I think it is really fresh. I think the lioness is killed this morning. But yes, Benji, I'm hoping for hyena action too, but you guys already knew that. So we're going to spend some time with our lionesses, and you guys are going to go back to Alex and Okokoyo.
Really quite cool to have our kudu here right now. I'm just going to make sure I can't track along, but it does sound like our mechanic friend is also in the area. I do think we'll see everyone else kind of splintering away as well. So our JCB friend really is raining on our parade currently, but the kudu have hung around. It does sound like it is possibly leaving the area. So we'll just keep a tab on that. But lovely to see the dabchick and the kudu as well. While we are here, so always cool watching the springbok wade in. I do think we've been spared currently. With regards to the JCB, however, our kudu and the springbok kind of seem to be mulling in and out. And I do think it's time for us to go and have a look and see who has come to visit us. Though there is an Ellie coming down here, we will wait for him and keep a tab. Just seems to be a little bit perturbed by the action. Let's just wait and see. And there goes our yellow marauding friend. So I do think this nice bull Ellie is going to approach us and come down. So let's spend some time with him. It does seem like we will have some peace and quiet for a few minutes. So I do think he is going to come pretty close towards us because the spring is right here. And we'll note it to see if he is one of our hairless tailed bull ellies. Very magnificent watching these big desert adapted ellies come through. I was saying yesterday that it is noted that these are actually the tallest elephant in Africa. It's been rated that. I really do love watching elephants approach. Covered in this concrete dust. Really a massive sized bull ellie. So there is a bit of a temporal stream on him, so possibly coming into a bit of must. But we can note that he also has a bit of hair on his tail as well. So not one of the common ones that we see all the time. Really quite cool, and they do kind of look very ghostly up here as well with that concrete dust that they do spray on themselves. That gives them that characteristic white. Yes, it does seem like he is in a bit of must, this ellie. We can tell that also just because it seems to have some urine on the back of his legs and between his legs, and that's also a characteristic sign of must as well. So temporal streaming from the temporal glands, as well as they do leak urine on their back legs as well. Hi Gus and Ruby. No, must isn't painful. It is basically an increase of testosterone and bull elephants do experience. So the increase of testosterone does obviously increase their anger and the rest. So I suppose if they were fighting and injured themselves, that might increase pain, but it doesn't increase pain on them and themselves. And it is only elephant that I'm aware of that go through a must cycle. So other antelope and other animals obviously have ruts and the rest, and they also have that increase of testosterone then, but it isn't must. There's a very cool Swahili word for exactly that rise in testosterone, and it is called ukali. And it's noted when animals, when animals have an increase or rush of testosterone, and that Swahili word is called ukali. Really special scenes here in Okukuya with our wildebeest and zebra coming through and joining this lovely bull elephant. Hi Michael, it will also be down to genetics as well of the species in the area, but we will notice here because of the lack of nutrients in a lot of the elephants' diets that their tusks are quite brittle and they do break. So unlike in areas where there's a lot of nutrition and minerals in the vegetation that they do take, the eddies trunks or tusks are a bit longer. So say in the Lowveld, in Djuma and maybe Pridelands, those tusks will be far better formed and less brittle because of those nutrients in that are present in their diet in those areas. So in areas such as here, Madikwe and even Mshatu, some of the eddies tusks are quite brittle and they do break. So that the general cause of breaking tusks at least is due to the lack of nutritional or minerals within the vegetation in the area that they are in, and there are obviously outliers with regards to horn lengths as well. So it's noted that the biggest impala horn lengths are only up in East Africa, and there are obviously some Gemsbok in the central Kalahari and that have really long horns up to about 2 meters as well. So it really can depend also on genetics and the areas as well. And just up north from us, up in Angola, there is a giant sable. They have really massive horns, very highly endangered or critically endangered as well. And their horns are actually bigger than those of the other sable that we find here in southern Africa and even into Zimbabwe and Botswana as well. So sometimes it also does depend on area, genetics, sometimes subspecies as well. And I suppose the adaptation for these ellies being known as the tallest, and in specific, these desert adapted ellies, they're found in Namibia and throughout the Damaraland, that have to travel so far and actually have to access those anna trees, which are obviously quite tall, and that height will allow the ellies to access that food and vegetation. So those anna tree pods, so this is clearly an adaptation for that as well. I do hope that he actually starts to face us, because it's quite cool watching ellies when they do face you and not facing away. But we do have our zebra and springbok also facing us on the other side of the dam. So quite a picturesque setting at the moment. Lovely to have the different species and the diversity of species that we have had already today. So we're going to spend some time observing this bull, but you are going to spend some time observing Lauren with her lions and butterflies.
We are still with the lions, don't worry. But for the first time... No, don't leave us. For the first time since coming to Madikwe, we've managed to get one of the butterflies to stop fluttering by and just stay stationary. It is indeed a brown-veined white, and they are everywhere. They do this sort of migration across South Africa that I believe is not really understood, where they just appear in places in great numbers, and Madikwe is currently one of those places. Isn't it just stunning? I really haven't seen many other species of butterfly yet. I think with the rains we'll start to see more of a diversity. I've seen an orange tip. I have seen some monarchs. I think that's about it. A wonderful, yet slightly dark world of butterflies. And it's incredible because they're so intricately painted, as if you like to say, as if someone has just come and painted the most gorgeous pattern on most butterflies, on the top side and the underside. Some of these patterns actually indicate to predators that they're toxic, or they're pretending to be toxic, one or the other. This obviously led to some scientists thinking that butterflies might recognize each other visually from the patterns. But then it's since been proven that this can't really be possible because their vision isn't sharp enough. So a blackbird, for example, would be able to see specific black spots or those yellow patches that dot across the wings. But the butterfly probably just sees a bit of a blur. And that's why we've always looked at some organisms in the animal kingdom, especially butterflies, and even mantis shrimp, that's a whole other story. Because they are so elaborately coloured and they're so stunning, we've looked at them through the wrong eyes, and those eyes are ours. But isn't it amazing that butterflies can have these gorgeous patterns on their wings, and yet if you're a butterfly, you might not actually even see that pattern of your own species. And I actually want to show you an example of a book I have here. A book I'm very much into. And it has a diagram, images of a map butterfly, which is a species, as viewed through the eyes of different species at different distances. So Darby, how would that be if I put it here? That's this diagram. I'll try and hold it as steady as possible. Okay, so you have 2 meters, 1 meter, and 0.1 meter. That's your distances. And then if you look at the top, you have the name of the species. So the column on the left is a map butterfly viewed through the eyes of other map butterflies. And this is 0.1 meter. That's how they see each other. Then if you look at the middle column, this is a reed bunting. And that's how they view the butterfly at different distances. So it's still not very sharp once you get further away, but I would say that at 0.1 meter, that's pretty sharp, at least to my eyes. And in the very last column on the right is through a Eurasian blackbird. They seem to have the sharpest vision of all, and they see the butterfly pretty clearly until you get maybe to 2 meters. It does get very, very, very blurry there. But isn't that fascinating how different organisms see the butterfly through their very own eyes? So butterflies themselves are not said to have very good vision. And you've got to think, eyes evolved to suit the needs of their owners. So some species, some animals simply don't need to see crisp images. The more complex an eye is, the more sort of energy that will take to evolve. Flutterby, you are so welcome. You're saying thank you for the butterfly. I have been trying. It's just when that sun is out, they just don't stop. They're just constantly moving, but this one is being, well, is showing off, let's say that. But yes, some species don't need to see crisp images. It's pointless. It doesn't assist them in their umwelt, in their sensory worlds, their lifestyle. They use other senses. So if you don't need to have crisp, sharp eyes and complicated eyes, then that's not going to evolve through time of natural selection, because it's not necessary. So there are eyes, but if you don't need to see that well, then you're not going to have to see that well. Some animals don't need to see at all. That's a whole other matter. But I just find it fascinating that they are so beautiful visually, and they themselves can't see that. She looks very uncomfortable indeed, the lioness. Tavi and I have been waiting for a butterfly to land on her nose, but it's not happened. We're going to sit here a little bit longer just because it's nice to spend some time with lionesses. But you guys are going to head back over to Okakuyu.
So lots of action here, and we have had throughout the day. Some springbok, some gemsbok now, zebra, and some wildebeest. It does seem that our bull Ellie has pushed on. So good just to keep a tab and see who else decides to come through and when. But really cool to get this gemsbok coming right into the water, and some lovely kudu with us as well. I'm just going to keep a tab on the gemsbok because it really is fascinating watching them get so deep into this water. And the ever-present grebes as well, ducking in and about. I'm sure that gemsbok definitely finds the water quite refreshing and obviously cooling. Three little lapwings, zebra, springbok, and gemsbok. Really do find those markings quite spectacular as well. Obviously adapted to help it with the heat. Just really, really quite fun just to get close up on everything. Kind of like I can't decide where's best to drink at the moment. That's probably with all the disturbance of everyone else coming through and running around, making the water a bit salty. So it does seem that everyone here is kind of milling about. Lots of zebra sprinting in the background there as well. I just want to just make sure I have an idea as to what's going on. Really hightailing it, as you can see. So it does seem that we've got quite a few animals being disturbed over here, and one place where we don't have them being disturbed at the moment is Mashatu. It's not like for us to head across there and see what's going on. So we are here with our giraffe, and we did have that of the 3 of them earlier, but great that now these ones have decided to come through and have a drink. Always quite a bit of caution that goes on just before giraffe do come and drink, or are settled enough to drink. So just great having this opportunity to spend some time, really just watch these gentle beings get on with it. Hi Lonnie, so we have had jackal and hyena here in Mshatu, and that's been during the day, and I suppose you could count the banded mongooses as predators to some degree, although their prey is a lot smaller, and I'm yet to see anything up in Okakuya or Djuma, but there are good numbers of predators at all 3 waterholes or in these reserves as well, so sometimes it's just luck of the draw and where they might be, or how close they might be to these water sources as well. So during the day, sometimes, yeah, it is a bit harder, and obviously with it being so hot, you can assume that much like Lauren's lions in Madikwe right now sleeping, the lions in this area probably sleeping, and the same in Okakuya. But yes, we have seen hyena and we have seen jackal, as well as the crocodile that is around at times, although we haven't seen it for a while. So it's really quite cool just being able to sit and watch these giraffe. Really just appreciate a relaxing moment with them in Mshatu. Seems like party is over. Something has spooked the Jerrys. Not uncommon for them to be quite wary around water. So here is the culprit, an elephant coming through. So clearly this is what has disturbed the giraffe's peace of mind. Nice to have the Ellies approaching us through this side at least. Sometimes it's normally on the left hand side. But really cool just to have them walk in on us. So quite a cool scene at the moment. Obviously have our giraffe departing. Egyptian geese right at the front of the frame, and our elephant enjoying a quiet drink. I do think now that Mom is headed off across to the left of us, we probably will find that these two also go and join her. Maybe there will be a spot of splashing and mud wallowing. I do think slowly these Ellies are going to be moving across to the left of us. That is where Mom went. But while they are here, we'll just take the opportunity just to stay with them, and then we'll pan across as they decide to go and join her. That is very true, Gladys. They do always rule the waterhole, although they do seem quite relaxed at the moment, but they definitely do pull rank, if you want to call it that. When you get to the waterhole and an elephant decides it's coming through, everything else kind of makes way for them. This one is very, very thirsty. He hasn't really stopped drinking yet. I do think we are heading across. So it's really so awesome to be able to spend some quality time with Ellies, and in particular this little family group of 3. But in saying that, it is also time for us to go and check out what Ralph has got in Kariga and what is happening on that side.
Well, our buffalo haven't moved anywhere. Most of them have just gotten out of the wallow, and now they are just enjoying a snooze while they ruminate. And I'm just concentrating on these little youngsters that aren't ruminating at all, I believe. They're just sleeping. I'll take a few photos of that. Who knows? Maybe they will be the pick of the day. I always like to have that when there's a lot of horns like that. I think it makes for a wonderful photo. It makes for a wonderful photo, but it makes for an extremely distressing sight when you're out on foot, when you see that suddenly nearby. If you've ever had that experience, you'll know that you will be heading in the opposite direction pretty quickly. Now that's not to instill fear for buffalo, but you need to have a very healthy respect, because they can be quite aggressive if surprised, especially in this kind of mood that they're in, very relaxed, and they almost get a sense of madness if they are surprised by a group of people on foot, as to how rude you can be to destroy their slumber. But it's nice that they're so relaxed. They very often aren't relaxed like this, and I normally spend a period of time letting them relax with my presence before making any kinds of movement, especially when they first arrive. Need to be nice and calm, not move the vehicle. Once they then settle down, then there's an opportunity to move around if need be. I counted 32. There may be more. but they are scattered around a little bit, and I won't be able to get all of them in frame. So there's a couple still enjoying the water, but the rest, not all of them got in the water. There were some that just passed by and went and lay down. But then this is just enjoying a spa of note. There's one animal though that you can't beat in the pleasurable sights that you see when they're in the water, and that is warthogs. I would say it's probably between them and elephants for the two animals that enjoy the water the most and take the most pleasure out of it. Vicky, it is, isn't it? It's very beautiful. Take a photo of that. Now, I think this cow wants to sleep, but she would have to drop her nose in the water, which would then wake her up. Let's see if she dips. You can't sleep holding your breath. Let's drop it a little bit. There we go. Now the, oops, sorry, the Egyptian geese coming off there in the background as well. It's making for a lovely pic with her head up. It's between this one and the one with the little babies, but I think this one might win. If I can get the focal point perfect. There's just quite a few things going on in this photo. The focal point being on this cow in the front, but then the noise at the back being that younger buffalo, but also the Egyptian geese. It just makes for quite an interesting photo. Egyptian geese having a discussion. Looks like the cow, putting her ears back like that, is eavesdropping.
It's that time of the year filled with tricking and treats. Join Wild Earth and hang on to your seats. There'll be creepers and crawlies to thrill and delight. We're looking at what keeps you up at night. So come take a peek at what we've got in store. Turn out the lights and lock up your door. It's a spooky safari coming to your screen. Come one and come all to Wild Earth's Halloween.
So I just wanted to have a look at this one because I believe that this is the dominant bull over here. I just wanted to have a closer look at him. He seems to be the biggest and largest of the lot. Biggest and baddest. He's also got the least amount of hair. So he just gets that slightly more gnarly look, but very, very big size horns that he's got. And it's deceptive when you see the horns from here, and obviously in amongst all the other buffalo, those horns are huge. Yeah, Lincoln, I mean, jeepers. And if you had to see that in relativity with, for instance, an animal next to it that you could, you know, like an impala, or if you had to stand next to this buffalo, I'm thinking I might be maybe at the most, my head might be taller than the buffalo, shoulders at the most, and I'm 6'2". He is rather large. Watch how he interacts with a herd, being the dominant bull. Maxwell, so yes, there are big cats here. There are lions as well as leopards. On this side of the reserve, on the eastern side, there's buffalo and rhino as well as leopards. They're not seen as often as you may see in the Sabi Sands because they're not habituated like that. They are the true ghost-like characters that we know leopards to be here in Keriga, and particularly so because of the history with human conflict. But they do have reasonably good sightings with the leopards. And then on the western side there is a pride of lions. So here the buffalo don't really have too much to worry about because there's no lions. And you do see that in the nature and how they relax as well. They're not as on their toes, even though they're always on their toes because of the structure of their feet, but they do tend to relax a little bit more. Now, this has been wonderful, and I'm just going to continue on enjoying it. And then, seeing as we were speaking of lions, let's go catch up with Lauren.
Our lines haven't moved terribly much, but at least we've got our head up now. Even though we can't see the bulging belly, she still looks really uncomfortable. But I do think they'll move. I really do think they'll keep getting up, going back to the carcass, resting, going back, resting. Was that a half yawn, half stretch? It's a really strong wind today that I am just loving. There are some days that we've been on drive in Madikwe and we thought we'd morphed into a puddle. We were not out this morning on drive, which is unfortunate. I love the sunrise safari. But there were about 4 sightings of lions that were golden in the areas that we work. There are a lot of lions in Madikwe. Lion population is strong. Oliver, you are absolutely welcome to try it. Please. You may lose a few friends or no one will want to eat with you, but please do try it. I don't think so. Panting is not actually helping with the digesting, actually. The panting element which you see them doing is helping them to cool down. So if you do it, I am asking you all to do it. Open your mouth, but really inhale. You'll actually feel, because your mouth is wet, everyone's mouth is wet due to saliva, you'll feel your mouth getting cooler. Darby's laughing. I don't know why you're laughing, Darby. And this is evaporative cooling. And if I just get my spray, which I love so much, my thermal spring water spray that was gifted to me, and I just spray it on my arm, put it out to the wind, immediately my arm cools down dramatically. It's really, really cool now, and that's because the surface of the skin is wet, and when it meets the air, especially when there's a breeze, it has a huge effect in cooling down that surface area. So when you see the animal doing that, she is really just trying to cool down, not necessarily helping with digestion. The tummy is definitely doing that for her. They have a really simple digestive system in comparison to the herbivores. It's just monogastric. Like us, one chamber. Everything goes in and then everything eventually comes out. Whereas a herbivore, those ruminants or hindgut fermenters, it's a lot more complicated. So although they're hypercarnivores, eat a lot of meat, it's actually quite a simple digestive system. So that's ongoing. But you are welcome to pant anytime you feel like it. But surely that breeze must be helping them because it's very pleasant today. Although they're not doing much, it actually is lovely to spend time with lions. We spend a lot of time at Jamala, which we love so much, but it is nice when there is an opportunity to spend time with lions. And the dynamics between these two are very endearing in our sort of human perspective. Every sighting we've had of them, they've been very much together. Hello, beautiful. You just checking on your carcass? We haven't taken it, I promise. That's all yours. But others might. I do actually want to tell you a story that was so utterly fascinating the other night. Davi will laugh. some of the animals, very few, are collared, and it is just for research purposes. One of the hyenas the other night had a collar on, and I'm regularly speaking to the hyena researchers here because, wow, we both love hyenas, you know. And there she's panting for you, Oliver. She said, if you see the female that's got a collar on but a full tail, not the one without a tail, please let us know. I said, of course I will. And who rocked up at the carcass? The female with the collar on with the full tail. So I told the researcher that she's here, she's here. She said, oh my goodness, I've been looking for this hyena for so long. Her collar's no longer working, we need to remove it. So I thought, okay, wasn't quite sure. And she said, since you're at the sighting, please just tell me what happens. I'm going to send G drop-off command. I thought, what? What are you talking about? Anyway, immediately, as we were watching the hyena in infrared, the collar just dropped off automatically. I could not believe my eyes. The hyena in question did not even blink. Did not even appear to react that the collar was no longer there. You would think that there would be some sort of reaction. It was zero. And the collar, of course, fell into the carcass, which is just delightful. And once all the hyenas moved off and everything moved off, they were able to collect that collar. And it was just really fascinating because there's no need to be near the animal. Well, I mean, maybe the technology needs to be in a certain proximity, but it just drops off. It just obviously snaps and drops off. It was incredible. It was really fascinating being part of that. But what fascinated me the most was the hyena's reaction or lack of it. It just didn't even seem to notice. You would think it would feel the collar sliding off its neck and at least look around and give it a sniff. Nothing. But in case you're wondering, it is just for research. Maybe she won't get up until late afternoon, but I think even if nothing happens during this period, we will come back this afternoon and check on them. It may not even just be the scavengers. A lot of lions in this area as well. They could have their kill stolen by their very own. But anyway, there's lovely bird calls around us right now. The day's really warming up, so let's just sit for a moment or two and listen to all the sounds around us. Even just watching this beautiful girl is making me feel hot and sticky. She's really panting now. Do you see that? A little bit of her body is in the sun as well. That'll be adding to her heat. And one thing about Madikwe, at least in this season, there's absolutely no shade. When you tell someone how hot it is, they say, why don't you get some shade? There is no shade. There are a few, scattered few shepherd trees that you could maybe go under, but honestly, the lack of shade here is unbelievable. It's a very hot and arid environment. Okay, we're going to sit with our sticky hot lions a little bit longer, but we're going to send you guys over to Alex, who's now in a cool Juma.
Thanks, Lauren, and completely different scenes here, as we do have a nice bull waterbuck. Great to show you the waterbuck because we haven't seen one for a while, and it's always great to spend some time with the different species we do get. This one seems to be rather relaxed today, so very cool. You can hear some baboon calling in the background as well. That really be iconic as well, at least to me, those horn shapes and just the area as well. So it does look like the wind is kind of picking up here in Juma. Possibility maybe of some rain again later. But really cool just to watch and spend some time with a waterbuck. Does sound like there's a Hi William, yes, you are correct. There is that theory, and that has to do with the fact that they can secrete an oil through their skins onto their coat, and that oil helps with keeping them dry and almost water resistant because their hair is actually hollow, and that oil actually does have quite a foul smell. So because of those glands that are there, it's noted that it does also get set off, and in particular when predators hunt them, as well as when humans also hunt them. And it is known that these glands also can actually make the meat taste quite rancid. So it does take a very skilled skinner sometimes to be able to adequately handle a waterbuck carcass, as well as other animals not necessarily wanting to take on that meat. I mean, hyena, definitely, leopard are also known to take on quite rancid meat as well. But this obviously does help waterbuck too. They do have another very adequate survival mechanism where they actually do run into the water. So this is also another method of theirs to actually kind of not be taken, or kind of avoid predators as well, running into the water. But it is known that they have this gland, and these glands help them secrete oil to keep them water resistant, and that oil that is secreted is rather foul smelling, and that can lead to other animals not necessarily wanting to prey or eat on them. But I have witnessed a rather big altercation between hyena and lion up in Ngala many years ago, and they both fought over a waterbuck carcass in the car park, which was quite intense. It lasted most of the night as well. So it's not to say they don't get taken and they don't get eaten, but this is thought to kind of deter other animals and predators from eating them. It does sound like there's some alarm calls going on with those baboon. It's really quite cool just to spend some decent time with a waterbuck. As I said, we haven't seen one for quite some time. Really is quite impressive watching just how robust they really are as well. Very, very pretty. So I'm just trying to see if I can't find those baboon. See if there's anything else around. Otherwise we will go back and obviously join our waterbuck. I think I can see some Inyala down here, or Impala. There we go. Just some Impala coming through the bush. Let us go back to our waterbuck. That is right here. Can you a squirrel also calling in the background there, as well as grey-headed bushshrike, some Burchell starlings as well. So quite a lot going on. And a black-headed oriole as well in the background. So lots going on here, lots of birds. I'm keeping an ear out for those baboon. And it did sound like one squirrel wasn't too happy either. So possible that something might be around, though we won't know until it shows itself. So in the interim, we will just sit here with this lovely waterbuck bull. Hi Judy, so they aren't the most vocal of antelope or animals, and it'll kind of be a snort really as an alarm call that comes out. I haven't heard it for a while, but yeah, they don't really make the most vocalizations. They obviously do alarm call though when they are predators and that around. So it's obviously possible with younger calves and that it may be more of a bleat, as I suppose, rather than a snort. But yeah, they aren't really the most vocal of antelope. can also just make the silhouette there of that heron. So I'm just going to zoom out and we can have a look at our heron as well. But great to hear that black-headed oriole. One of my favorite sounds. And here is our grey heron. Hi Sarah, so we've had a number of storks that have been quite cool to watch. So we had a yellow-billed stork, woolly-necked storks and saddle-billed storks some time ago, so that was quite cool. I did hear the Class's cuckoo yesterday as well. They are very pretty. I suppose having the migratory birds come back, I am waiting to hear the woodlands kingfishers start to call as well. So I suppose those are the birds that have really stood out for now, but as we do get more of the migratory birds coming through, it'll be interesting to keep tabs on them. Also, we've had rollers as well. So I would think at the moment, at least, those are probably the highlight. Quite clearly, the heron is stalking. It might have seen something, so we might see something here. But we also did have those Egyptian geese chasing the goslings around earlier, so that was quite interesting to see too. So I suppose on a day-to-day basis, there's always something new and interesting to watch. It always amazes me how patient these herons can be while hunting. So we are just going to watch for a second and see if this heron does attempt to strike at anything. Does look like we're getting closer to that. See how strategic this heron is. Not putting pressure on that one leg, right leg, and definitely eyeing out something that seems to be there that has piqued its interest.
battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the Safari King or Queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Does seem like Waterbuck is pushing on, although Bull Inyala is there. So I'm just going to give us a little pan around, make sure we haven't missed anything else, see where the heron's got to. Just keep an ear out for anything else that might be around. There's our heron. Does seem, with it being overcast, everything is probably milling about and quite far away from water at the moment. So it does look like we're going to need to do some scanning and panning here, and while I get through that, it's time to send you to Lauren and Darby in Madikwe.
Our younger lioness, I'm pretty sure she's a younger one, has actually got up and decided to guard the carcass, because you never know who's going to come and steal it. She's not been feeding on it, but she's standing guard. And she's managed to get some shade, so it's a pretty smart move. I don't think she had much shade where she was before. And when we talk about animals being hot, she is displaying signs that she's hot, but she won't necessarily be feeling the same hot that we are. They do have different temperature tolerances than ours and every other species in the animal kingdom. So she definitely is hot, she's panting, but that doesn't mean it's insufferable. Tim, I could be wrong, but I believe the definition of carcass is the dead body of an animal. So this is a carcass, but I think what you mean is sort of just an empty shell. I think that's what you're trying to ask. It just really depends. Generally speaking, yes, you'll find lions and lion prides on carcasses for a very long time until it's just the mere bones that are left, and the hooves and the horns and the skin and stuff like that. But not always. We've seen lions, particularly here. This pair of lionesses hunted in front of Darby and I. They took down a warthog, and 10 minutes later they took down an impala, and they just seemed to leave the impala, and they weren't really eating the warthog. They don't always finish a carcass. In areas like the Sabi Sands, there tends to be larger prides, and they sit on a buffalo carcass for a good 5 days. Whereas here, doesn't seem to be that way, and I just wonder if it's different dynamics, different densities of prey species, and they do seem to leave a fair bit behind. And of course, that's when the scavengers, the cleanup crew, come in. So Tim, it really does depend, but the zebra as it is still a carcass, just a dead body of an animal. But they normally go for the inner organs first, which I know doesn't sound very pleasant. It's not a pleasant topic to think about, but the organs are actually where the nutrition, or the highest level of nutrition, is. If you think about the muscles of an animal, really what you're going to sort of get from the muscle is mostly protein, which is necessary, but you also need your vitamins and minerals. Not every species in the animal kingdom will need the same composition of vitamins and minerals, but they still need some. Vitamins are sort of generally defined on a per species basis, and cats actually don't require ascorbic acid as an essential nutrient. Now that's vitamin C. That's a jazzy name for vitamin C. Their body actually synthesizes its own vitamin C, its own ascorbic acid, from carbs. So they don't need to eat fruit or snack on oranges or nachos, whatever, to get vitamin C. And you may wonder, where are they getting carbs from? Well, it is worth noting that cats will get some carbs, okay, maybe not a high amount, from partially digested plant matter in the herbivore. So although they don't eat the stomach or the intestines, they do tend to leave it. They will ingest some of the plant matter inevitably, and that's where they get their carbs from. It all depends on numbers as well. How many lions are in the pride? Are there cubs to feed? Are there coalitions of males around who tend to eat a lot? But since there are only 2 lionesses, they may sit on this carcass for a few days. So although I mentioned they do eat a little bit carbs, it's minimal. It is really, really minimal, and it's sort of indirect. So cats, like your lions, are living off a diet that's really high in protein and fats, animal fats, and really low in carbs. So of course they need glucose to fuel their brains and body, but glucose can be synthesized from several amino acids, which comes from breaking down the protein that they eat in the high protein diet of the muscles of the animals. Breaks down into the amino acid building blocks, and then they can synthesize glucose, which fuels their body and their brains and all their organs. So basically they get the glucose and the glycerol from fats, or the energy that they need from a diet that's relatively free of carbs. It's a very different diet from ours. I don't think this female will even touch the carcass for a while. She's just come to guard it. These two full. Too full and too hot. But she's absolutely stunning. I think for a moment or two, let's just sit and watch our lovely lioness as she guards her own carcass. I'm just looking off to the other side, and there are some elephants. I think they're a bit too far for you, Davi, but I wonder if they are coming in this direction. This is a really busy main road that the lions have taken down a zebra. Not in terms of human traffic, sorry, in terms of animal traffic. Always elephants, warthogs, giraffe, zebra. We'll give you a view if the elephants do come closer. Bless me, sorry. Apologies, everyone. I am one of these humans that can never just sneeze once. Never. She's just stunning. Look at all the shadows falling across her face. Apparently other lions, which I think they lost at some point this morning, were actually on a hyena kill. So they'd killed a hyena, a spotted hyena, I believe. So it just shows you the constant arms race between the species. Oh, here we go. The background noise on MC is really loud, but I think it was a question from Bella. Davi didn't get it either. Bella, you are asking, I think, about the ants, but I am going to wait to get that question repeated in case I've got it wrong. Bella, no, that wouldn't spoil. Bacteria, microbes would spoil meat, but not ants. Ants are everywhere. They're on the ground below us, they're in your bedroom. Ants dominate the world. We think it's us, but actually, it's most likely ants. And no, they wouldn't. Ants wouldn't spoil it. And I don't even think that would bother the lioness. Protein at the end of the day, and they're tiny. I really don't think that would put her off in any way, shape or form. So in order to classify meat as spoiled, it will be bacteria or microbes that do that, not ants. But really, I've never seen any predator in the wild, including oceanic predators, aerial predators, terrestrial predators, not eat meat that was available to them. Really, I think it takes a lot to spoil a carcass for them. And that's because of the opportunistic lifestyle. We can go to the shops, we can order online, we don't have to hunt and stalk and spend energy and save energy and have failed attempts at getting your food. Maybe some of us fail at cooking, but you know what I mean. And therefore, it really is a life of feast or famine, especially in some habitats more than others. But that's why when there is opportunity, when it is available, most organisms will take it. I've seen hyenas and lions eat the most putrid carcasses. What's that about? Wow, I feel like she wants to eat, but she's also too full. I know the feeling very well. So as we sit with our lioness, we're going to send you guys back over to Alex and Okokoyo.
Thanks, Lauren. And we are now just waiting for some of these gemsbok to come through. They have been through in rather large numbers today as well, but I am hoping to get a nice glimpse of them for everyone as they wade into the water. Lots of action here today. It's been rather fascinating just to see the amount of different animals coming through and how regularly they have been coming through for us. So I think if we do give it a second or so, we should get the gemsbok wading in. So as these gemsbok do come through and they start wading in, we will get a better look at them. Really quite fascinating, and I always look at their horns because some of them Like that one over there seems to have kind of a crooked horn on the right-hand side, almost bending further back than its horn on the left-hand side. So there's always something interesting going on to just observe. But just something interesting. So you will also just see those Cape Crows and almost those pillars of horns. Quite intimidating. Here's that oryx I did mention about with the horn that is almost set a bit back on its right hand side. It's really quite fascinating listening to those mourning doves as well. Such a cool little sound that they do make. Hi Riley. No, I don't think so. Purely because that would be interspecies competition then. They will obviously compete with each other and in amongst their own species, so wildebeest on wildebeest and oryx on oryx. So I don't think we would see that. Not to say that it might not have happened or might have occurred somewhere, but the chances of them doing that are pretty slim, because they both also feed on different things as well. They wouldn't necessarily see each other as competition per se. Maybe for resources on food, but definitely not in another sense.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So really cool to see the start of an Ellie pool party. Doesn't look like the most wild pool party just yet, but definitely some splashing and spraying has been going on. I do think they'll hang on for a little bit longer with us. You can still hear all those quail as well. It does look like they are moving off and on. We'll just try and track them for a second. So it's lovely to watch our Ellies, but again, it's time to go check in with Lauren and the Lions in Madikwe.
There's not much happening with our lions now. They have both sort of plonked themselves back down again for what I imagine will become a snooze. The younger one, the one that was at the carcass, is on the left, and again, not done a very good job at putting her entire body in the shade, although there really is not much shade. We will check back up on them later on this afternoon for sure when it's cooled down a little bit. Most organisms, even the diurnal ones, take breaks during the really hot midday window. That's the hardest part, even for us. They won't do much. They may graze a little bit, but overall, a lot of animals will seek shade if it's available or just sort of take some rest. Where are you going now, girl? Our view has gone quite rapidly from 10 to almost 0. They blend in really well. You know, if you were arriving in Madikwe and you're coming through the north gate, the Derdapur gate, and you were just driving to the lodge that you're staying at, you could easily drive past these lions if you didn't know that they're there. We can try and see if possibly not. Okay, you may not see us again because of that wonderful thing. Yep, it's load shedding time, but what a fantastic morning from Madikwe. Elephants and spending time with these beautiful lionesses on a kill. So that's it from Team Madikwe, but we are going to send you over to Ralph to see what he's up to.
Well, back here on Kariga, I've just got a friendly walk by one of our Jerrys. He's making a beeline, I do believe, for where the buffalo were wallowing. No, he's just changed tack, maybe not. So, I'm just working my skills here. I'm trying to keep this guy in frame. He was walking really fast. Is it a he? No, I think it's a she. Are you going for a drink now that the wallow is free? Always got to check. Sort the itches out first. Make sure. Then head towards the water. Now, going to be the splits, the crouch, or in between. Absolutely normal for a giraffe to take, seemingly to go straight for the water. That I've seen in a while.
So sadly, we did just lose Ralph, but he will be back at some point, and we are back here in Okakuyo. Lovely just listening to the birds and watching the springbok mill about, as we do wait for some of our other friends to join us this afternoon. It is obviously getting rather hot, so we can expect lots more to be going on. And again, just some patience is needed every now and then at waterholes. But we are still lucky and fortunate enough to have our springbok. So while that is the case, let's just spend some time with the springbok. And we can always zoom out again in a few moments' time and just check and see if anyone else is coming to join us. Some lovely doves calling, starlings, Really one of the cooler dove sounds. I do just want to check if this is not the blacksmith or black-headed heron that was around yesterday. And it is indeed our black-headed heron. But not really the nicest frame, so I will come out again. It's a bit shaky and windy. Oop. I don't know why I jumped back so far, but we can also just have a look here. I think there are some gemsbok to the right of us, but nice to see the black-headed heron as well. Has been around for the last few days. These crows really do make quite the racket. But it was always cool having these different sounds around us. And obviously all the different sounds in the different areas as well. So really just quite awesome just to listen to the sounds. A lot of the time we don't actually appreciate the sound of what is going on around us. So nice just to take a little second and breather. Listen to all the different birds that are around. So very cool just to take a break and listen to the crows and the starlings and doves that are around. We do have these oryx coming through, as well as our springbuck that are milling around. But please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience. And it's also your journey into the African wilderness. So please do send us through any questions, comments, points of interest, things you might have noticed. We do love to chat with you, and we'd love to answer your questions as well. So please do send through anything that you'd like to get an answer on or chat about. So some patience is paying off for us. We do have some of the gemsbok coming through again. And I'm sure we'll see them and the springbok wade into the water again too. So it looks like our patience has paid off, and we are going to get these gemsbok through right now. And obviously good numbers of springbok too, so we are just holding out for that. And again, just listening to what sounds are about and enjoying the approach to the waterhole. Another interesting set of horns on this Gemsbok as well. Rather wide set, but also not exactly linear or parallel like most of the others are. Oh wow, there's actually two black-headed heron there. I didn't really notice that until now. And Hilda, I will get to you now. I think it's around 2 weeks, but they also do supplement their moisture content or what moisture requirement that they need of their diet and the vegetation that they eat. They are known to also slow their metabolism down. That also helps obviously with retaining water and obviously being able to raise their temperatures up to about 45 degrees, also to help with water retention. But they do also dig up melons and other roots and tubers as well, and that also helps them with regards to their water content, as well as some of the leaves and vegetation that they eat as well. So there's quite a few adaptations that Gemsbok or oryx obviously had to evolve and take on for them to be able to sustain themselves in these big arid areas. Obviously vast expanses where it is quite arid and desert-like like this. They do also have adaptations in their kidneys that allow them also to minimize water loss and moisture and maintain water or moisture retention. So they've got a number of different methods to conserve moisture and water within their bodies as well. So obviously with water in abundance like here or in supply, they will obviously take water because it's not something that they don't want to go out without necessarily. So if it is available, they will drink it. But they do supplement that as well. Hi Picasso, yes, there have been a number of migratory birds. So far we have had the European bee-eaters around. So they actually would be the first around here, but there are definitely an influx expected as well. And as the weeks now start to draw towards the rainy season, we can expect to hear and see a lot more of those migratory birds. But at the moment, I've heard the European bee-eaters. We can expect some of the cuckoos and that around as well. We will keep an ear out for them, but definitely European bee-eaters, at least here at the moment. But great to see these two black-headed herons here as well. You can also hear the odd sandgrouse as well, just through the sound of those Cape crows.
updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
It does look like they're slowly leaving us. Just going to zoom out and watch some of our springbuck because they are still milling about in good numbers. Also just to make sure that no one else escapes our sight and doesn't come through unnoticed. So it does look like we have just about everything come through for this moment in time. We'll keep a monitor on it, but we do have some action across in Djuma, and it's time for us to head across there and see what is going on. So we are here in the Lowveld of South Africa in Djuma. Nice herd of impala, and there are some giraffe in the background as well. So really cool to get both of them in. I am hoping that the giraffe do come closer to us, and we'll get a better look of them as well. But really, really nice day of giraffe across the board. Hoopoe in the background too. Really quite a large herd of impala that have hung around. And you'll just see just to the left of screen there, the 2 giraffe that are also around as well. So really quite fun. And always good to see impala in nice numbers, as well as our giraffe. So I'm going to try and get a bit closer on our giraffe. And we can just sit and observe them as they browse. Really, some really cool coloring on them. It does seem to be 2 bulls as well. But I'm hoping that the focus will work for me as well. And let us come back out because the focus isn't going to be the best there. So hopefully they will come out for us, but just nice to see them browsing along. It does very well look like 2 bulls. Not the most ideal having this dead tree in front of us blocking us, but what can we do? Hopefully these giraffe will come out for us as well. Let's make sure that we do have the impala though, and I can see some nyala as well. So we've really been quite lucky when we have been in all the areas just to see different species all milling around together. Hi Cara, and yes, I do just want to check because they are closely related to okapi, and I just want to check something there quickly. But yes, giraffe do have ossicones. That's what we call those horn adaptations of theirs. If memory serves correct, okapi don't have ossicones, so I think it is. Well, they do have slight ossicones, so it would just be giraffe and okapi, and okapi being their closest relatives that have ossicones. And it was actually World Okapi Day, I think this past week. The forest giraffe is the other name for it. They are only found in the Congo Basin. Very endangered, very hard and elusive things. But as I said, cousins, very close cousins of the giraffe. So they are the closest relatives of each other, and the only two things with ossicones. It does seem to be quite peaceful scenes here at the moment. It does look like the giraffe are getting a bit closer or thicker into that bush over there. Some red-billed buffalo, red-billed oxpeckers flying around. The buffalo weavers. Quite relaxed impala. I just want to make sure. I did see some Inyala pop off down there, but I think they have gone into the drainage line. So hopefully, with luck, those giraffe will come through. You can just see that bush shaking over there, and that's them feeding on the backside of that tree right now. Otherwise, nice to have all these impala around. You can also clearly see an elephant have been loving this mud wallow area, and those trees obviously have been using them to rub themselves after those mud wallows. Almost caking the trees. Kind of like putting a cement wash on the tree, really. So you can see the oxpeckers on the impala over there, and also that Burchell's starling on, well, I just said the cement wash tree, the Ellie cement wash tree or Ellie wash tree. Interesting that they're so chilled. There clearly is a little bit of water here in the drainage line. Quite content just to ruminate and hang around together, and you can see also just the size of their bellies. As we've been alluding to, it is almost time for the lambs to drop, and that will probably happen within the next month to 6 weeks or so. We have obviously started to get some rain, so I do think that will be happening then, but obviously we will keep tabs on that, because we will also notice when all the little lambs are about. Just interesting, I think, also with the wind picking up now, just how these impala have kind of bunched up together. And there were some alarm calls around earlier, so who knows, maybe something is in the area or the vicinity. They can maybe smell it, but they have definitely kind of congregated and drawn closer to each other, spending more time in a huddle than anything else. I just want to make sure those giraffe don't get away from us. And perhaps if there is something here in the bush as well, otherwise we will just join our impala again. So I'm just going to leave the camera here for now. We can obviously just see where these impala are focusing their attention, but I also don't want to miss the giraffe if they do come back out, back down. Because it'll be nice to spend some time with giraffe as well. We have seen them in Mshatu already today, but seeing them here as well will also be fun. Unfortunately, we haven't had them in Okakuya yet today, but that could change. Probably will this afternoon as well. You can also just hear some of the hornbills. So it does look like our giraffe have given us the slip here, but something that's not giving us the slip are some friends in Mshatu. So as you can see, coming through for one of the many pool parties of the day, I'm sure, some elephant. There seems to be a good number of them. I'm hoping they do hang around for some time and we get to just enjoy some Ellie interaction around the waterhole. Always love watching the calves as they go for the fresh water or even get into the water. And this one does seem to be quite playful, so again we'll just watch. Nice to also have this other one coming through and joining us and approaching the water too, so always cool to see what's going on and how these Ellies also interact with themselves when they are around the water. Seems like quite a relaxed drinking party. Everyone seems quite content and just having a good sip. No grumbles, no trumpeting. Everyone happy just to enjoy some fresh water, which is exactly what we're going to do. Enjoy the Ellies enjoying themselves. So true, Faith. It really is magical watching Ellies. And also when they're so relaxed like this, it really is something so awesome to take in and enjoy. Hi Liesel, so elephant will drink up to around 100 liters per day. So that obviously being a big bull, take up to around 100, sometimes more depending on how thirsty they might be, but on average around 100 liters of water a day. Always fun watching Ellie calves play in the mud, flick those trunks around, thrash its feet around like it was doing too. That's also not uncommon, so they do learn a lot of this behavior as well from the adults. I'm hoping they do hang around for us, because I haven't really had the opportunity to watch them. Oh, we've got some baboons coming through as well, so they seem to be around. But really haven't had the opportunity to watch Ellie's getting into the mud wallow just yet today. So just very cool to watch. Very cute watching that young one. And there's a Corey Bustard as well. First Corey Bustard of the day here too. So really just quite cool. Just keeping an eye on what the Ellies are up to here. Obviously with them coming through and wallowing here as well, we can expect this to get bigger. Obviously they adapt and change the dams as well. But it does sound like those baboon are inching ever closer. So at some point we'll hopefully get a glimpse of them as well. We'll stick here with the Ellies in the wallow for now. And then pan across and make sure we haven't missed anyone. Hi Heather. So the other animals that will mud wallow will be the warthog, buffalo, rhino, both black and white rhino. And then obviously, like I said, warthog and buffalo. Those are our constant wallows. There's a second Corey Bustard going through there. I've noticed them in good numbers, at least around 4 at the moment that do come through. But I hope that answers your question, Heather. So you can expect the warthog, the buffalo, and the rhinos to also mud wallow. So from the Ellies in the mud to some wildebeest and now the baboon. Really, really awesome. I love having baboon around us. Because like elephant, there's always something that they're up to. They're never dull to watch. We do get large troops of baboon up here. You can see just in the peripheries there, just kind of all zooming in and across as well. So I do think this is going to be quite a big troop. And we'll just watch and see as they all come through and then move on, I'm sure, at some point too. But they will take advantage of the shade. And I'm sure we should see a couple of them drinking as well. So Candy, I think your question was what do baboons mostly prey on? And they are omnivorous. So they will take fruits, different flowers at times as well, and insects, bugs, scorpions. They are known to obviously take carrion as well, on top of all those different fruits. So obviously they will even have figs and the rest too. But they are obviously known to take impala lambs, and to some extent it would be Thompson's gazelle lambs as well, where in the areas where they are found with Thompson's gazelles, and those will be the olive baboon. But these Chacma baboon would probably, in terms of carrion, take a impala lamb, possibly a bushbuck lamb, and if they were a nyala lamb they were on, maybe even look at one of those. But they are omnivorous as well, so they do eat different seeds, fruits, and a lot of insects as well. You can see these two here just running around and playing. So I'm hoping they do drink right in front of us, because the majority of the troop seems to have filtered through just to right in front of us. And when they do drink, they kind of get very flat on the ground on their bellies and then drink like that. We'll just make sure that they haven't come a little bit more to the left of us, because it's always cool to watch baboon drink as well. And they might even take some of this fresh water that is here too, so we'll keep an eye. They will be a little bit wary, knowing that there is a cock around here. They will be a bit wary, and it'll be interesting to see how this Kori bustard reacts to the baboon around there. I can see one or two of them drinking there in the corner, getting very into that pose. Barely flat on the ground, and then nose and everything else right in order. So I'll see if we can't get a better view. You can just make them out there. I don't want to move too far with the camera, but you can make them out there almost on their bellies, drinking straight there. Some will come here to this fresher water. It does seem that Corey Bustard has also taken a hint. They're still there. They might actually puff out at some of these baboon. Hi Veronica, so definitely leopard. Leopard and baboon kind of have a hyena-lion-esque relationship. They are mortal enemies. And to some degree, baboon won't have a very good relationship with lion, but it wouldn't be as torrid as a leopard relationship with baboon. And obviously things like wild dog, if they are in the area, they would also chase baboon around. But most definitely, leopard would be the worst relationship that baboon would have. Then probably followed by lion and possibly, I think, wild dog. Hyena, I'm sure they would be wary of, but I haven't really seen too many interactions with hyena and baboon. And you would think that that would be quite an interesting relationship because they both are painted in quite a Machiavellian light, so yeah, that would be interesting to see what a clan of hyena and baboon would do to each other. I think it would kind of just be a weird standoff, but I've yet to see it. It would be interesting to see. And also, I suppose, hyena and crocodile don't have a very good relationship because crocodile do hunt actively anything, so they wouldn't have a very good relationship with crocodiles either. And sometimes inter-troop relationships can also be quite hard. And that's obviously where there's pressure for resources. Another troop might be foraging in the home range or territory of, say, maybe a bigger troop or a younger, less established troop. It might change the dynamics, and that might lead to conflict as well. Lots of fun and games going on with the little ones here. Exactly, baboon dominance. And when they are in huge numbers like that, Debbie, they are rather formidable. And obviously they do create a lot of issues. They do sow havoc. But it's also just interesting watching troop dynamics as well. And you'll see how they get pulled into line and the different relationships. And the social interactions among baboons are actually some of the more important that they have during the day because they constantly need to reassert themselves or, sow those social relationships. Much like humans do, they are social beings and they are sentient as well. They do need that social exposure and they do need to constantly have those allies and ties being created and molded and benefited from. So that is why we also see them grooming. We also have quite a lot of chatter that goes on amongst them as well. Very, very cool animals. Definitely got a soft spot for them. Not necessarily when they've raided a house or anything like that I've been in, but watching them is very endearing. It's great having that baboon audio there, and also just interesting seeing how Corey Bustard kind of tolerates this troop of baboon around it as well. It's been quite fascinating to watch. And also just having the baboons playing around, also cool. Lots of action going on here with these baboon. And again, just watching the interaction and how the Corey Bustard tolerates or doesn't tolerate them has really been quite fascinating. Not something we see every day, so just cool just to keep tabs on what's going on. Does look like it might walk off. So we do have Lone Impala UN, and I'm just keeping on here because the baboon have been rather entertaining and quite active around here. And I'm also waiting to see if they figure out how to get to the fresher water that's in where the rocks are. I think one or two have figured that out, but they are also just drinking on the other side there of the dam too. Hatela, who's 11 years old, and that's a very good question to ask because they are mostly active during the day and then they roost at night. So when the sun starts to set and even in the afternoons, you will see them heading back to where their roosting sites are. And in an area such as this, it'll be in a big tree, either a mishatu tree or maybe a big fig, possibly along a river or a dry riverbed itself. And they do kind of head towards there like around 3:30, 4 o'clock odd. When the day starts to cool down, you will find baboons kind of heading back, foraging around, playing. And then once the sun is set, up in that roost, and that's where they sleep at night. And obviously once the sun gets up, the baboon also then start to get more active and are then active throughout the day. So they sleep at night and they use roosts. They roost really. That's where they sleep, up in trees, and in areas where there's mountains and cliffs, they go into those as well. So they will use those as nesting or roosting sites. So it's really fantastic talking about baboons and their sleeping or roosting or nesting habits. But just as a reminder, it is obviously your safari and your journey into the wilderness with us. So please continue to send through those questions, the comments, any interesting things you might have noted what we're looking at. We'd love to answer and engage with you around anything that you'd like to know. So please do send those through. We have lots of quelea flying through the frame currently. And the baboon obviously still around. I'm just going to zoom out a bit. Make sure we haven't missed anyone. Lots of quelea again. They've been around most of the day. Really big flocks, almost swarms. Lots of them flying through the frame right now. It's so great to be able to spend such a long time with baboons. As I said, there's always something going on. So if they're not basically preening themselves or doing anything else, they're drinking, they're running around, foraging, making noises, playing. So there's generally always something going on with the baboon troop and when baboons are around. It sounds like a wind or a gust coming through, where now it is literally just these flocks, hundreds and thousands of little quelea that are flying through. So sadly it looks like our picture's going here, and it's time for us to go and have a look what is happening across in Djuma. So we're back in Djuma with our impala, and it does seem that Weather and the giraffe have started to come out. So this is fantastic. We will try and spend some time with him, although it was very cool spending some time with the baboon. Always lovely to watch what busy animals are up to. So great to just watch these bull giraffe around. They did come back out for us. They kind of did vanish just now. I'm hoping they do still hang about. Shows you how quickly they can disappear when they are feeding like that as well. So we'll just keep an eye on over there. A lot of the ewes seem to have moved off, but these rams still are here. So probably an idea just to take a scroll back and then just wait and see who pops out. All the ewes coming through. It does seem like they are interested in something that's in the bush there, although that giraffe is right there. So I'm not too sure what might have spooked them, but definitely worth quite antsy earlier. And there goes the giraffe as well. We'll just have a look over there, but possibly they can smell or sense something, and the giraffe will be a very good almost security buffer zone for them because they can see really well. Let's just leave the frame over here for now, and we can just observe these guys' behavior. So it looks like our giraffe is going to give us the slip again, or possibly just feed around there, which isn't a bad thing, because we can get a bit closer, so we shall do that. Looks like everyone else has kind of calmed down for now, so we will just watch the giraffe. Really special being able to watch them feed like this as well, because we generally get them on the dam cams drinking. So great for us to get views like this. You can obviously make out that he is a bull, and you can see that balded top spot on his ossicones as well, as well as that kind of protrusion on the front of his face. So some of the other indicators that we would tell that this is a bull giraffe. Does seem like the wind is picking up, but the sun is out. So that'll hopefully stay away for us. We can enjoy a good sunset safari later on, not have to deal with the rain like yesterday, which did affect some of the other naturalists' bingo abilities. But it was Andrew that took victory yesterday, and it was great for Amakala to feature on the victory board at least. So I could just hear a rattling testicular as well, so something new for around here, but I do think with the sun coming out, it might be in the area as well. Yes, so there are two that get quite a bit of traction and offerings. Well, not traction, but they do use these animals and they do interact with them, and that is the oxpeckers. There's two species, the red-billed and the yellow-billed, and as well the drongo. And the drongos will actually perch off of little branches, and when the insects and that get knocked up or get disturbed by these antelope walking through, those drongos then hawk those insects out. And sometimes bee eaters do it as well. So there are quite a few birds that do use this. But it does look like these Inyala are kind of dancing around. Maybe we might see that very characteristic dance of the Inyalas. It did look like this one was kind of posturing for that, staring at the ground, raising its hackles up. And maybe just not too comfortable with the presence of that other bull around. So we'll just keep tabs on it because it really is spectacular to see. And they kind of get very rigid before locking horns. And then, yeah, prance around. You have to see it. It really is a sight. So it does seem that there's some slight interaction between these two bulls. And it looks like every now and then one of them kind of gets a bit upset, and then they kind of look like they're going to start their dance, but it isn't really the case at the moment. But it's good just to keep tabs on them. You can also see this other bull here has rubbed his horns in some mud too. Sometimes that is for intimidation. Maybe to make their horns look bigger. But you can see there just that raising of the hackles on the back. So it does seem that this bull over here is a lot more inclined to kind of show off his body size and be a bit more intimidating. Clearly not enjoying having the other bull around him at the moment. So really fascinating to watch this going on. I do think some interaction will happen at some point, but hopefully we will have enough time for that. But just a reminder to everyone, if you aren't able to watch the full show, you can also download our app and watch any of the highlights and the best bits from each show, including Escape to Nature. So if you've been unable to watch the full show and you'd like to see any highlights, please do look at downloading our app and covering any of the best bits that you might have missed. So we can see this other Inyala here on the left of us, this other bull, kind of just scraping his horns there into the drainage line there, getting some mud on them. And I was saying that they sometimes do this to kind of make sure that they are looking a bit more intimidating, but bigger, sometimes make their horns look bigger as well. And it is something that Inyala do. It does look like everyone's kind of moving off there in a way out of our focus. So I'm going to just come here and focus on our impala, but it is something that Inyala do, and something interesting. So currently have all of our goslings, these two impala rams and some ewes there. Looks like our Inyala have kind of moved off, but we'll hang around with these guys for a little bit. We did have one of the Egyptian goose chase a gosling around earlier. We're not too sure why that was, but it had kind of separated itself from the rest of the goslings and was in the water, so might have had something to do with that, just a grumpy parent. And a naughty gosling. Really cool watching all the animals and birds, big and small. It's been a very fantastic outing on this Sunday. It looks like this impala is chasing the goslings off. So another cool interaction. So we just did have that impala kind of shooing those goslings away. They've kind of all just gone back to grazing really along any of these nice fresh green shoots that are in the area there. We did lose our giraffe who went off into the yonder, and so did the Inyala. I just want to make sure perhaps we might see that waterbuck that was around again. There we go. Enjoying some sun next to the water's edge there. Something again different to see, and it's been really cool seeing all the different things that we have today. Hitting a round number of 12 mammal species throughout the course of the day. It's been really quite memorable. Those baboons were really quite fun to watch earlier as well, and just cool to see the waterbuck out and about, ruminating currently. And what's interesting is also compared to the other antelope, just how much smaller their tail is. A little sunbird in the background too. So it does look like he's pretty happy over there. And I do just want to make sure we don't miss out on everyone. Just make sure we get one last glimpse, but it does look like everyone else is kind of making their way off. Really, really fun times. But it's been an awesome Sunday so far. Lots of birds. That red-faced testicula again calling. Lots of different antelope. Nice elephants swimming and playing around as well. We really, really have had a fantastic day. Lion action as well with Lauren. Buffaloes wallowing with Ralph. So we can't complain. A fantastic Sunday all round. But sadly, it is also a time of the day where we do come to an end of Escape to Nature. And there is obviously Penguin Beach on just after this, so please stay tuned for Penguin Beach. And again, for the Sunset Safari coming to you after that. But it has been a fantastic day here. We've got to thank all of our viewers and all of the wildlife for giving us the opportunity to showcase it. But really, just from our side and from everyone here, we wish you all a fantastic Sunday afternoon forward. And a great start to the week. Cheerio.